Good morning, sunshine. Whew. All right. I don't think anything started yet. Nothing started yet, right? I want to give you all a heads up as we start today. A fresh day today. Just starting like that. Literally, just running. You're a mechanic. I know you don't see anything. Literally, that's just what happened in Boston right now, in Canton right now. Boston. That's probably where they are right now. That's what happened. Officer, you're a mechanic. I know I haven't shared the screen yet, so I'm doing it right now. Make sure you all have audio. You have audio now. Let's go. I want you to know a heads up this morning. I have stuff. So the protocol today. So I just step away. Look at him. He comes to show and tell today. You're show and tell today. That's right.
You solemnly swear the evidence you report in jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanek. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanek, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
You can finish this next one. Go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police,
Thank you,
and
Nose.
I attended military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance. And as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you
2
engage in
years.
Any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts.
I think he was Proctor's
So
right-hand
I left
man.
California.
He's the name we keep
and,
hearing a lot besides
came
Proctor.
home and applied for
Buchanan.
various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the Homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times,
This is designed to make us think that they had every good reason to assume that this was a natural cause, i.e., let's say he slipped, fell, and died there in the snow, instead of treating it like a murder investigation from the get-go.
it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled.
They're probably going
a
to say
month or
Jen
so in
McCabe
advance.
telling them what
So,
she said. That's
each
almost
trooper
certainly
has a
what they're gonna say.
responsibility of a
About the eye, hit him,
24-hour
I hit him.
period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that
That's
are
true.
required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
One thing they should ask him is it appropriate to leaf blow the crime scene area? Is it appropriate to collect blood in solo cups? Is that proper police methodology? Because that wasn't done by his agency. That was done by the Canton dude.
Are you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the
he just started
Canton
this
Police
morning.
Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any
So it's warmer there.
evidence if it was available, and the police department,
That's the real answer.
safety and security of that
It
would
was
have
warmer.
been
That's why.
the best location for it.
Or
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. Johm O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning, we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
overwhelming
Has that happened
caution.
in your career before?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local detective,
Crazy
did
levels
that
of
change
caution.
your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can.
Oh, he's a team
to
player, all
make
right.
others' life easier.
question
And
is
you
which team
were
he's batting
Mr.
for.
Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a
She was
target at this
questioning,
point, or
as in
reached
not
any
I hit
conclusions about
him,
your
but did I
investigation?
hit him?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not
Different colored
ruling
shoe
out
sole?
people as much
It's
as
black, not white?
we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
But you
Where
don't
did
need
the
to talk to
evidence
people at
take
the
you next?
house?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I need to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30.
I do want to address this. I think it's important to address this. This was raised yesterday when the guy first came out with a picture of the shoe, and then they came out and presented the shoe. And yes, on the picture it looks black. And yes, the sole of the shoe that we saw that came out as in evidence was white. I cannot imagine that they bought a new sneaker or something like that. I cannot explain, other than the fact that photos sometimes make something look weird, that why would they not use the same shoe? If there's too much evidence on it, they could have cleaned it off also. Like, I don't understand. I can't explain it, but I think there has to be some explainable reason, because there's no reason they wouldn't use the very shoe that was in that picture for their evidence and just clean off whatever DNA is on it, if in fact that is the issue. And I know that there's all sorts of talk about 5 sets of DNA on the shoe, and that clearly should raise some questions. But I just want to point out that this thing that a lot of people are asking about, I understand why you're asking it. And to me, I agree with you. It requires an explanation, but I don't think it's my personal jump is not to they change the shoe just because they could have just used whatever shoe was in the picture and made it, even if they're trying to cover up, they could have made that shoe presentable in a way that it's not going to have whatever evidence might implicate people who you think they're trying to avoid implicating, if that makes sense. I want to get that away because I see a bunch of people in the chat talking about the color of the shoe, the sole of the shoe.
Maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
That's my thought.
Why did you
I
want
I
to
could
see
be
him
wrong.
specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of
No,
injuries, the
I'll check
extent
for
of
it.
the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not.
How
No.
about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes. 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center basically to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
I don't
Did you
see
have a
it.
chance to enter a room or actually see Mr.
I
O'Keefe?
just looked.
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as
So he got no bruises at all.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as.
What?
Sean.
I'd ask you not to
Why?
give your personal interpretations of what you saw.
Because
Rather,
especially
I
when
want
it
you to
kills
share
our
with the
case.
jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a
To me, that's hot
tiny
garbage.
cut laceration to the
That
eyelid
should not
area.
be.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not.
I don't like that the judge did that right there, because you and I can sort of say, hey, it looks like there's a bruise, there's not, whether or not we have any medical training just through our human existence. That's kind of ridiculous.
Actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from.
Oh, they're bruises? Now he knows they're bruises? This is so
forearm
stupid.
up to the mid
It's so
tricep
oh my
area
gosh.
of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury.
All I take from this is, if you can tell us you saw bruises, then you could say it. If you could tell us that you didn't see bruises, then you can't say it. That's what I got from the judge here. This was terrible. This is terrible.
Or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand.
Moist red seepage.
It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye.
Don't
and
assume
then
his
you had just
gender.
Said, the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
That's funny.
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
Of course.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes
Of course.
in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection.
Assisting.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes.
Just want to give you a heads up. I need to step away, unfortunately, for like 15 minutes. I'm going to keep this running here, but I'm going to be like 15 minutes. I just want to give you that heads up.
We did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes. At one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes. We wanted to look at the rear right tail light based on the information provided. It was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations with somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light.
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it'd be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So.
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm
give
not
a
asking for one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary, after she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Or what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Okay.
He seems to know what concerns everyone has. Well, frankly, it's not the first time they've had this rodeo, right? Let's see if we can do a little catch up here. You guys give me notes. Did you take notes when I missed her in like the 10 minutes I was away?
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
Because they did touch it.
From the point you went in and spoke to
Because
the
it's a lie.
defendant until
Just
the
kidding.
vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I think the objection, in case you're wondering, was probably, how do you know that Michael Proctor never touched it? Were you around him all the time? Did you never leave his side? You could say he never touched it, and then he never saw Proctor touch it, but you can't say we never touched it. It's a good objection.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
That's
Where was
normal.
Mr. Proctor?
In my
She's a
front
party
passenger
opponent.
seat.
She's a party opponent. You can testify about what a party opponent
During
says.
that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview? You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a
agree
heated
with you,
Sally
by the
Port
way.
or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
And it's a bitch
Given
working
that-
also.
Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation. Did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
No, why would we?
You said you left Dighton at 4:15.
Why are
What
we worried
time
about leaving
approximately
evidence near the
did
people
you
who are not
and Mr.
trusted to
Proctor and that
conduct
Lexus
this
arrive at
investigation?
the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate
I'm
putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
Because the last objection.
I helped put
That's
up
why.
yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you?
So when it's in the Canton Police Department, there's Sallyport. I guess it's used for general things, not for evidence in general. Okay.
You and Mr. Proctor.
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear the
No.
car of the snow?
No,
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
no,
Did you
It
ever
was.
see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
no, he did not.
Objection.
He didn't see it. Not he did not.
I'll strike that, ask you differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally.
Objection.
I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the
Apparently
team that
not.
went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Probably 2 minutes.
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes,
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did it.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why
Every
did you lay out
time.
the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped That moisture, if trapped, could
Mold.
develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is
There
there
we
an
go.
evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
There we go. Let's see the pants.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, maybe use that. And now we have the unveiling of the pants. And here's the bumper mark from Karen's car on the knee. I don't know what we're looking for here on his pants, other than to say that he wasn't out there naked. If they get down to the underwear, I'm going to say we've gone too far. But
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes. Go ahead.
what size waist was he wearing? Wow. They probably...
Thank you.
Ah, that's what it is. I want to show us the stains on his bum to show that he fell backwards. That's where we're going here. Notice the grass, how there's grass stains. If he fell backwards, then there's still be grass underneath him. You would
May I
think.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They're gonna get into that hole by the back pocket also. I imagine. Say it ripped when.
Did
he,
you
like,
learn
hit the
during your
can.
conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker, one.
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
So this, the other sneaker. I hope it's pink. It doesn't match the first one at all. But we won't know until the bag is opened. Pristine.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have
Wait,
that mark?
that's the one from 34 Fairview? Can we see the bottom of it?
What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me. This is the right sneaker from.
That he was wearing. We saw the other one open yesterday. He's confused.
From
Whoops. Not 30.
34 Fairview Road, Canton.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the sneaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over.
We saw the sneaker taken out of the bag yesterday, the one that they found at 34 Fairview. Now he's maybe there's two. There's two left, two right foot sneakers. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe this is the one with the black sole. What the heck is happening? This is the sneaker mystery. What? We're going to see if we can catch up a little bit here. Because I am 2 minutes behind. Did I miss anything good? Yeah, he's coming in here saying, I'm bringing you the sneaker from 34 Fairview. He just said he got the pants from the hospital and the sneaker from 34 Fairview. When the sneaker from 34 Fairview was the one that came out yesterday. Yeah, both shoes do look really clean to me too. It could be that the snow served as a cleansing agent on them. You know, sort of rubbing against it, the rubber. It's going to clean it more than it will denim jeans, that's for sure. I don't think. Sorry, this is the Foot Locker imitation sneaker we picked up. Did you get this? Did you get that from 34 Fairview? No, this one we got from Foot Locker, but it's a really good exhibit for the jury. So, oh my God, wow. I do think it's funny how he keeps trying to say we, and Alan Jackson got him on like, he's like, dude, you can't be saying we all the time. You probably don't want to be saying we all the time. A half hour.
These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Yeah, that's why I was saying this whole thing is kind of a joke if you think about it. It's pretty much a joke to say that, oh, you didn't we're going to have this great unveiling of the evidence for the jury as if we haven't made 400 bags for
Just
this
let me know
article
and I'll come
before.
right back out.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
be heard?
Yes.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No, no problem.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
That's what happened here.
All right.
What happened here was Buchanan effed up. He effed up because he's saying that we got this from the crime scene, and this is not the one from the crime scene. This is the one from the hospital that was still on his foot. That's what this one was. And he seems very confused about where they got this sneaker from. It doesn't really help build great credibility that, like, this guy's a reliable witness if he can't even look at it. Or look, it's supposed to say on the bag there where they got it from, right? Where they collected it from. If that's what it's supposed to be saying, so now it's another black eye for the evidence maintenance of the police force here. If they wrote down on a sneaker that came from they picked up at the hospital or the morgue, wherever they picked up his clothing from, that's probably the hospital. That they came from 34 Fairview. It helps throw further questions about the reliability of or their competence, either lacking in integrity or competence, one of them, either intentionally making stuff up for reasons that anyone can speculate on, or you're just bumbling boobs. So either way, it makes it harder for the jury to have confidence that you're presenting something that is something we can all rely on. So, whew. I don't know. I don't know if you're going to forget that, where he got the wrong location. Yeah, I'll tell you right now. I don't know that she didn't hit him and perhaps be responsible for his death. But I certainly have tremendous reasonable doubt. But often it's like, it's not a matter of like when you're sort of assessing a case. It's not that, I saw someone mention earlier that they have reasonable doubt. Like you were saying that they have reasonable doubt. I would say you haven't gotten me. The way I would phrase it is, I'm starting from a place of reasonable doubt, and I've never left that place. Meaning, when we walk into the trial, we assume he's innocent until proven guilty, and we're nowhere, and you have to climb up the mountain to get beyond reasonable doubt. So you throw in evidence, and sometimes it'd be a big chunk of evidence to get us up to this beyond reasonable doubt. But you got to cross this line. And I would say that there's certain hurdles that could be in the way of getting there, like the lack of bruising, for example, which then if you wipe away that lack of bruising and there's some sort of explanation, let's say they came up and they're like, oh, okay, look, here's some protective gear he was wearing on his knee and his hip, and that he was geared up like a hockey goalie, and that's why he didn't get any bruising. That would theoretically wipe away a lot of that and get us much closer to the reasonable doubt. What you're saying essentially is you still have a great deal of reasonable doubt, which I think is an appropriate reaction given what we've seen so far. They're so, and when the more incompetence and or chicanery that we see exhibited by either the Canton police force and or the Massachusetts police department, the harder it is to reach that level, because I can't trust you to push the ball further towards beyond reasonable doubt. So I can't trust you to carry the ball past that reasonable doubt yard line. So then I'm still left with reasonable doubt that we started with. I think that's the way that ideally we should be looking at it. But you're not alone here, TextVet. You're not alone at all. Ah, man. Let me check in the ghetto, make sure I didn't miss nothing from the ghetto. I'm going to have to make a 10-minute phone call at some point this morning. Probably before the lunch break. I probably should do it before the lunch break. Did you guys see the 10 minutes that I missed there? I feel very badly that I missed like 10, 15 minutes of the trial. I had to take care of something that was essential. My first time watching this trial, and I've already concluded something shady is happening, and Karen Reed did not do this, in my honest opinion. Yeah. Look, this is my first time watching it also. I did not watch the Karen Reed trial on the first go round and decided to jump in on this one. And I'll tell you that I sort of felt like, okay, I'm like a lawyer sitting in the jury box. It's my first time learning about this. I don't know the background. I'm just jumping into this trial, which is kind of what's going to be like when I cover Diddy next week. In case you're unaware, next week I will be, I mentioned this a couple times, so I'll probably mention it once or twice more over the next couple of days. The Diddy trial is supposed to have opening statements on Monday, and I plan on being there and going down to the courthouse. It's not being live streamed. I plan on going down to the courthouse because I live in northern Jersey, and this is, and I'm going to take the train down to the Southern District of New York and sit in on those trials because they are not live streamed. And when I view a trial, it's a different thing that I'm able to share than you're not going to get what I'm going to give you anywhere else. That I can guarantee you, because I'm breaking down. Most of the people who are sitting there, they'll probably be like 200, 300 people there in different viewing rooms, maybe 500. I don't know, but they're all reporters. Some of whom are attorneys. A couple of them are attorneys, but they're all there's no law tube adjacent type of genre type of folks who like are lawyers who are independent, who are reporting, other than inner city press. And he doesn't really break down he is an attorney, but he doesn't really give a legal assessment as to like, okay, this is the strategy that the prosecution is employing. This is strategy of defense. This is arguments that were made. And there are things that I can present to you as far as what's been happening in the trial that I don't expect anyone else is going to be able to report on. So I'm going to be going there every day. I plan on dropping a video by lunch as to what we saw in the morning, and then another video in the afternoon, early evening, as to what happened in the afternoon session. And then at night, I'm probably going to be I'm going to be doing a bunch of live streams, probably some of which will be on locals, fleshing out in greater detail. Last time I found that I ended up avoiding the salacious details of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial on YouTube, and I did that on locals. So assuming there are salacious details, which given the nature of the charges that he basically assaulted a whole bunch of folks without their consent, I expect there's probably going to be some of that. So I tend to avoid talking about that too much on YouTube. I'll give broad terms, but so that's what I plan, and that is going to start on Monday. MSP equals corrupt and incompetent, not a great combo. Perhaps. He seemed to be this. Someone asked, I know someone had asked about the arm resting on the thing, whether he looks too comfortable. I don't think that's a problem necessarily. You want him to be comfortable when you have your witness up there testifying. If you're Hank Brennan, you want him comfortable. You want him to look confident. So the more open he is, as opposed to sitting there all closed, that's better in general. Maybe prefer a little bit more refined than sitting back there like that, but I don't think that's an end. That's a taste thing as far as what a lawyer is looking for from his witness. The more I watch this trial, the more I feel like something stinks in Canton. Also, first time watching. Yep. Something does stink in Canton. I have questions. So, but one of the things that you can never have him testify about is what did we do? And what we're noticing, and what's an interesting strategic thing here, is it does seem as if Brennan has tried to push them to almost cover for Proctor as much as possible by basically talking about what we did, including Michael Proctor. So this way you're sort of I don't know. I don't know if they think they can avoid putting him on the stand or not. We went here, we went there. Alan Jackson doesn't want to let him get away with that. He's like, I mean, we never touched it. How do you know we never touched it? You don't know that Michael Proctor never touched it. Only Michael Proctor tells what he did. You can tell us you never saw him touch it, but you don't know what he did when you weren't around. One of the things that I noted about the judge, I have, believe it or not, this is not the worst judge I've seen. Not far. Like, it's really, I don't like this judge. I don't think that she's a good judge. I have questions about some of the rulings that she's made, things that bother me. I know that Nick was very outraged by the decision she made yesterday. Yesterday, there was a long legal argument with respect to the opportunity to cross-examine an expert witness based on the fact that that expert witness failed to reach a Daubert standard in a different proceeding in Maryland, and that they wanted to bring that in, present it as evidence, and question her about it in order to show that her competence in this type of testing, this type of area, is flawed, because Daubert is the yardstick that SCOTA set up for how you have to reach a certain minimum threshold in order to be deemed someone that your findings and results are scientifically valid. So you have to use like peer-reviewed methodology and things of that nature. And if you don't have that, you don't reach the Daubert standard, you're not allowed to, you can't get into the courtroom because you're testifying to junk science. And the concern is, the same way we don't like having hearsay in a courtroom, the objective is to avoid flooding the jury's minds with things that are not really something reliable, or things we have reason to suspect are unreliable. So if you're going to give an expert opinion about what science says, and your science is junk science, we're afraid that you're just going to confuse them and give them reasons to question something that they never should be questioned. You'll create unreasonable doubt and make it look reasonable, right? So someone comes in there and as an expert who says that this time of year is a particularly popular time for the Bagarnethians to come down from the planet Jamachus and smash people's heads against the snow. And that's why, and it's well proven, everyone knows that they come in from planet Jamachus at that time of year, and they come in with this whole scientific explanation as to how these aliens have come in, particularly to Canton in that region of 34 Fairview, and start smashing people's heads against the wall. That's not science. And all it can do is maybe there'll be a couple in the jury will be like, well, maybe it was one of those Bagarnethians who did it to him. So we don't want to flood the jury's minds. Obviously, something like that, you would hope that no one on the jury would swallow it. But you get the point as far as we don't want junk science coming in there. That's why we have a Daubert standard. Jessica Hyde, who testified yesterday, is the forensic cellular expert. She had a case in Maryland a month ago or 6 weeks ago in March, where her findings were rejected by the Maryland court because of the fact that she didn't reach the Daubert standard. A lot of the methodology that she employs is not peer-reviewed. And the industry is not familiar with it yet, and it has not embraced it yet. So they wanted to try and establish that the jury here, the defense wants to establish that the jury here should have questions about the reliability of the scientific methodology employed by Jessica Hyde. In this case, given the fact that she didn't reach the Daubert standard in a different case. Now, to be fair, what she was trying to extract in Maryland is a different type of information than what she was extracting here. The methodology was a little bit different than what she used in Maryland. So what Hank Brennan was basically saying was, hey, look, just because one thing she tried doing at some point was Dalbertized, meaning rejected because of Dalbert. Does that mean that anything she ever presents for the rest of her life, they're going to throw at her like, oh, remember that time they did science that didn't meet the Dalbert standard? And now like nothing she says ever again has any credibility. That doesn't, he called it dehumanizing. Maybe. But it certainly seems like it's kind of ridiculous that as soon as I can agree with the fact that, hey, look, when he was saying it's a different type of extraction she's doing here and different methodology, it should not be something that can be brought in. Alessi, who was arguing for the defense, said, look, the statute says you got to bring this in. And once it's there, we should be able to ask about it. Who else are we going to ask about this other than her? And the methodology here is similar, if not the same, to what was done there. And this is a perfectly fine area for us to cross-examine on. The judge said, no. I'm not letting you do it. She heard of these arguments and said, I'm not letting you cross-examine. Nick was outraged by this. I think it's premature to be outraged by it. I think I disagree with her. That doesn't seem to make sense, her decision. But you don't know. I haven't done the research in Massachusetts to tell you how that law is applied. It's Rule 39 of the Criminal Rules of Civil Procedure, Massachusetts Criminal Rules of Civil Procedure that Nick and I looked at together. There probably is some considerable case law about how that gets applied in bringing in, because that Rule 39 says you're allowed to bring in and the court must accept what is findings from another court in another jurisdiction, either in federal courts or another jurisdiction like from the state of Maryland. So you can interpret that and say to yourself, well, now you have to bring it in. But then I thought about it some more, and I was like, so if they wanted to bring it, the defense says, hey, we want to bring in this thing that happened in Texas that has nothing to do with anything with this case. Is the court required to bring that in? Clearly not. So I think that it could be Alessi was giving a broader reading of Rule 39 than otherwise. I was thinking about this morning and the decision that the judge made. I mean, let's say he decides to say, hey, here's a person who has the same name but is not Jessica Hyde, but a different Jessica Hyde who comes from a different country, and she appeared in a case in Texas and was found to be alive. Like, is that helping the jury become informed? It's not. So just because the Rule 39 of criminal procedure likely means you cannot say, I don't trust this, I don't know what happened. It's a mandate to the courts to recognize, out of comedy, a notion of comedy and respect for other American courts, that you cannot reject it saying, well, that's a foreign court. That's to me what it's saying. Not that you have to accept it, even if it's theoretically completely irrelevant. And then establishing what is relevance, it's kind of like that can be somewhat of a subjective call by the court. So I disagree with her. I think it is relevant. I think it should have come in. I think she should have been cross-examined on it. And especially when you're talking about this woman is trying to present evidence that could put a defendant in jail for the rest of her life. And I want anyone who's putting that evidence in to be scrutinized as thoroughly as possible. So I don't like the ruling, but since I haven't researched Massachusetts rules of criminal procedure, I cannot say that was a crazy decision. I don't know. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. If she was going out on a limb, that's pretty gutsy. To have this thing overturned would really suck and have to have a third trial. So I agree with Nick that it seems like it's what she was doing was wrong, but he looks at it as like that's a flagrant thing. That's a lawyer call. That's like a judgment call as to like how bad something that she does is. I have seen a consistent pattern of her seeming to treat defense counsel differently than she treats Hank Brennan and Lally. She seems to be much more aggressive with them, and curtailing where they can ask, letting Brennan get away with stuff that I don't think she should be allowing him to get away with, having almost correcting some witnesses when they say some things that they shouldn't be saying, even without an objection from the state. When what's his face just now, Yuri Buchanan, when he got up there and started saying, when I looked at Johm O'Keefe in the hospital in the morgue when he was dead, I saw that he looked like there was swelling in his eye, but it didn't look like a bruise. And she's like, and she goes, "Don't talk about that. Don't talk about that." So, and the point being, well, you can't testify about medical. He's like, I'm not a doctor. He's like, then don't talk about it, because you're not a doctor. And her point is, maybe there is bruising there. Oh, okay, fine. And a second, and she's like, but she's correcting. It's not like there was an objection from Brennan, because he can't object to his own witness, what his own witness is saying. You can't say don't talk about what the hell is wrong with you. That's what he's giving his personal observations. You don't need to be a doctor to say I see a bruise or I don't see a bruise. That's ridiculous. So, okay, so if he's not allowed to weigh in with that's a medical opinion as to whether or not there's a bruise. And a second later, when it comes to the arm, where we don't see bruises in any of the pictures on the arm, he's like, oh, there was bruising on the arm. That she's totally fine with him saying. All of a sudden, for that, to identify seeing bruises, that he can testify about. To identify that he doesn't see a bruise, he cannot testify about. That is asinine. To me, that was completely messed up. That was the worst thing I've seen from this judge so far. That got me really angry. Like, how dare you? You're like, now there's no objection from anyone. You're guiding the witness as to what they can say and allowing them to say some things which help the state and stopping them from saying things which clearly hurt the state's case. Because you have to ask yourself, how the heck does he have no bruises on the front of his body and go flying backwards? Which is what they want us to believe. I assume he's going to come in here, based given the condition of his pants, and they're going to say he didn't walk and go out and hang out with his friends wearing stinking pants that were covered in grass stains. That must have happened when he was hurtling backwards as a result of getting struck by the defendant's vehicle. And then you see these ripped in the back by the pocket, which we totally did not do, and it's totally not in style or fashion for anyone to ever wear ripped jeans. So, yeah, that had to have happened when he hit the asphalt, where he got grass stains on asphalt. I don't know what the hell they're going to say. I don't understand how you have grass stains and asphalt. Does he go skidding across? I don't even know where they're going to go here. I'm sitting here and trying to speculate the condition of those pants and sort of predict in my brain, what are they going to try and sell me on here? And I see the rip in a place that's not common to be in style for there to be a rip by the back pocket there. And right below it, I see grass stains. And I'm like, grass doesn't cause no rips in denim. It never has, and it never will. So that rip didn't come from that. You can tell me he skidded across asphalt and then kept skidding across onto the grass? Is that what they're going to give me? There better be some serious bruising on his buttocks if that's what happened. If that's what happened, there should be some serious scraping and bruising on his buttocks. So I don't know where we're going. I like trying to sort of figure out, like, what's the next step? What's coming next? What's coming next? And my gut says that's where they're going when they're showing me the condition of those pants. And for some reason or another, I guess they had to cut off of him. I guess that makes sense. I'm supposed to check locals. What am I looking for in locals? I never ignore the ghetto. I got the ghetto going here hard. And I'm very much not the leader. I don't ignore the ghetto. I'm paying very close attention to the ghetto. Maybe your own little private chat box open here. Nick is on vacation for today and tomorrow. So I didn't do a locals chat. I haven't been doing a locals chat for this. I sort of saved that for at night. But the only skid marks we see are in his pants. I don't know. He hasn't taught me how to do that yet. He hasn't taught me. I have to call him up and ask him to walk me through that. I'd like the voices. But I think that we're going to be dealing with Officer Buchanan all day. This feeling like he's going to be an all day thing. We're going to be seeing him. It doesn't seem like he's close. And I missed 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes of his testimony, unfortunately. But it seems like we're only beginning on the whole investigative stage here. So he may be on direct for the rest of the morning. Although we have 2 hours, we'll probably star-cross. But I can see, I'm expecting Alan Jackson to be putting in some hardcore work, attacking Proctor, attacking this whole process, and poking holes in him. So I'm expecting that we're probably going to be having Buchanan up here all day and potentially even into tomorrow. The green grass theory, by the way, and the fact that there are grass stains on his pants only supports my green grass theory. If you're going to tell me that he slid across there, there's no way snow should have gone under his body. If that's what you want me to think. Then how did snow get underneath him? He's raised up 3 inches by snow. That doesn't happen. That would be it's literally impossible. You would see like maybe wisps of snow that blew underneath and not where he had his weight leaning on the grass. So I think that there is the mislabeling of evidence is something he may be hitting on. I don't know. I think he's gonna do everything he can. He's established that he likes to go in anytime he sees some kind of screw up. So just to remind the jury just how utterly incompetent these police agencies are and or corrupt. I prefer to say incompetent rather than corrupt because I don't know enough about them yet other than what the chat keeps saying. I don't know enough about them to say that they're corrupt, but incompetent, certainly. And, you know, given my history of being cynical about police agencies, I, you know, would go that way. But I'm trying to think like a juror. I'm trying to think like a juror. Don't get me out of thinking like a juror. They probably are corrupt AF. I'm simply saying. They're late in coming back. It's probably true. It's probably true. He was face down? You know, they never told us what position he was. Face up, face down. I don't remember Kerry or Jen McCabe describing him as being face up or face down. And Karen was there first. She could have turned him over if he was whatever position he was in. The only thing they told us is that she's lifting up her top and laying on, you know, chest to chest with him. Whether or not she found him laying with his, you know, supine, as they say.
Unmuted.
If he's on his back, there should be an even bigger area
The jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
You see the court session. Thank you.
of grass.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Did that fall out?
Thank you.
2x2 hands of blue. He still got his gloves on. It's a long time to be wearing gloves and doing nothing. You're saying they turned him over. He's saying on the back.
All right, to the court, jury's entry.
He was on his back. They rolled him over when they found him. See, no one knows. But was he in that position all night, or did Karen put him in that position? And then I won't call Jensen. They flipped him over. This is the real question. Massachusetts corruption is implied, Joe. That's how guilt by association collective punishment works. I'm under no duty to prove otherwise. Okay. Look, that's your individual perspective, and that's likely the individual perspective of most people watching. That's where I start also. I'm trying to think like a typical juror who tends traditionally to not think in that
I am,
direction.
thank you, Your Honor. May I?
That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm not saying you're unreasonable. I tend to agree with you. I'm just trying to think like a juror here.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open
Let's
that
totally
bag
pretend
and
you
show
didn't
that
say
right
you got
sneaker
this from
to the jury?
34
Yes, sir.
34 Fairview. Let's totally pretend that. If Jackson doesn't hit on it, it means the judge told him not to hit on it, which is very possible. Then the break, she's like, I don't want to. He was obviously confused. I don't want to see you hit on it. But I think he should, because if it's poorly labeled on the evidence bag, that just goes to the sloppiness of the police force. Yeah, that's a white soul right there.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you,
Sure.
Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Can we see the arm? I want to see the arm. That's what I want to see. Did they rip this off also? Did they cut this also? Ah. That's a
Could you show the
dirty
back as
shirt.
well, Trooper?
How do you get dirt on both sides? How'd that
Thank
happen?
you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
So that shirt probably helps with them saying he's rolling around in the wet grass there.
Exhibit 87.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
So now, if you're sitting here saying they killed him, you have to ask yourself how his shirt got quite that dirty, unless you're saying they got his shirt dirty. And why is he not wearing a coat?
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
So the
What's
shirt
permission?
gets dirty and he's wearing a sweatshirt? That should be filthy, I would think. That looks pretty pristine. What the hell's going on here?
Could you show the backside, please?
Maybe that's dirty. I don't know. I don't know if that's.
No, I have
Maybe there's dirt on the back there.
Next exhibit, please, Madam.
Is that dirt over here? Probably.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as to maybe
I'm sorry?
maybe approach reading.
Oh, okay.
I have questions. I don't understand this. How does it get that dirty if he's wearing a sweatshirt? I'm very. Is he really wearing just a sweatshirt when it's like 20 degrees outside? I mean, some dudes would. But Well, when it's covered in a misting of snow, it serves as moisture. It's going to be turned to water as soon as his body hits it. Wearing a smart jacket today. I thought we were live. Yeah, I don't understand. I have all these different questions about how that shirt got in the condition it's in while he's got a sweatshirt on top of it. That's so filthy. And he wasn't wearing, unless he was wearing a filthy and planning on wearing the sweatshirt the whole time, which is possible. He could have been wearing a filthy. He could have been dressed like a slob. Oh, that's an interesting point. Karen lifted it to go skin to skin. That's a good point. The cut off his pants means they cut everything off, including the jacket. EMT shredded my mother's open jacket when they had to get her off, and they didn't take clothes off normal. It's very weird. Unless they just couldn't get, you would think for the paddles and stuff, you know, whatever it is they're trying to resuscitate him. You would think that they would cut it open. Clearly they did not. I see, here's the thing. I'm not a conspiracy theorist guy who's like, oh yeah, that's a different shirt. It's a different sweatshirt. I don't buy that. So a lot of people want to go like, you know, everything here is just completely manufactured. Maybe you're right. I can't latch onto that theory. So I don't even understand how his shirt would get like that unless his shirt was off.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Kennick, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd?
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan,
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military style E-tool.
We're going hunting.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the
He loves that word
concrete
berm.
street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items are bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Got a feeling we're gonna find a lot of shards of Karen's taillight in here. What did Santa bring us now?
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Nora, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Yeah, before he opens it, because that's a critical moment here. Very critical.
Did you show this to Jack?
Now, to be fair, because I want to be critical of everyone here in order to properly assess their work here. One of the things that struck me in opening statement, I know because it resonated and I'm still remember it to this day, was in his opening statement, Alan Jackson made a big stink about the fact that when they searched the area, not once, but not twice, but it was only the third time that they found these shards of tail light. He didn't explain the fact that, well, there was a blizzard, so that could have obscured it, which it could have. That's not to say that, okay, fine, they didn't find it the first or second time, but that made it sound like crazy. Like when I was telling the story over to Lady Lawgic, and I said, they didn't find it the first two times. They only found it the third time. All of a sudden, oh, here's all these new pieces. Well, the fact that there's like, blizzard, there's 2 feet of snow there. That does change the dynamic a little bit as far as you would, if you're going to be fair and reasonable, how are they going to find everything under like that thick blanket of snow? That is a fair, I think that was a little bit over the top that Alan Jackson was giving us in his opening statement. Because I'm like, all right, look, it's hidden in the snow. That's not like it's sitting there on some open lawn and they walk past it 3 times. And on the 4th time, it's like, oh, well, look what we have here now. It's like, there's reasons that it would be hidden. So I have to be equally critical. And I love Alan Jackson's work here. Everyone knows that. But I think that was a little misleading.
Hand you a series of photographs and ask you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items
I know.
collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those
Maybe try
photographs
unsubscribing and
correspond,
resubscribing, like on off it.
items that are in that bag?
Some people say that helps.
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs and evidence.
No objection.
Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
And someone shared this video with me. I'll try to share it with you guys at some point today.
This is dated 1994.
Thank you very much. Massachusetts State Police Lab.
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02184
Oh my God.
7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're going to get that a lot. We're going to get that on every piece.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G.
This could take a while. There's 47 of these.
This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You want to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
Starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492-7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515-7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490-7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493-7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707.
It's not that long.
And could you zoom in, please?
That's all it took him, 45 minutes to find all these pieces?
And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please?
Black plastic.
I've moved this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Thank you.
Showing the photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
I think this is the evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 98.
Yes.
I assume his DNA is going to be on that straw. Although, as I'm thinking about
Yes,
it,
sir.
I think she said he took her drink, which means that in theory her DNA could be on it. I thought that was the clip that they played. I don't remember. But I think that was one of the clips they played, that he took her drink before he got out of the car, which would mean that it should be her DNA on there.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's
Fire hydrant.
yeah, it's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
Oh, we wonder where it was.
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you, the team, ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, move that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Trooper Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the jury?
If it's in an NYPD hat, it's gonna blow my mind.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Hart's on president of the defense saying she can never testify against an expert. They're saying she can't do it if she's talking about those specific methods that are already advertised. That I'm telling you what the point Brennan made.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs to take a look at. The first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo?
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing from underneath the hat.
Back in the order to identify them. All right, move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
I want to come back to I'm going to come back to this really quickly here about this point. Let's assume there's different standards for what passes a Daubert threshold versus what doesn't between Massachusetts and Maryland. So now it's acceptable in Massachusetts. They find it meets the Daubert standard in Massachusetts, but they find it doesn't in Maryland. Is that not undermining the ruling of the court once they say it's acceptable in Massachusetts? Is it not undermining them by saying, well, it's not acceptable in Maryland? Is that really a proper way to attack her? Does that not attack perhaps the ruling of the judge? Properly or improperly, but I can understand a judge saying, I'm not going to have you make it look like we have a lesser standard here as far as, because in my opinion, I think the court over there was wrong. Or at least by Massachusetts standards, they're wrong. And that's just going to confuse them as to whether or not this is valid science, because I'm determining it is valid science. That's why I'm allowing her to come in here and testify. So I think that that's an important point to sort of consider, that even if it was the same method, which Brennan says it was a different method that she was applying, even if it was the same method, I can understand why a judge would be like, that doesn't make sense to have the jury think that, well, the judge got the ruling on the law wrong in allowing this evidence to come in here.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526, 7733, please. Could you
I don't
close
see
up just a little bit, please?
I don't see anything.
Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Nothing.
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B, P527, 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529, 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
I do have a hard time understanding that much snow, how it is that
the entire.
I can't understand how the straw was that close with all the snow plowing and stuff happening there, how it's that close to the fire hydrant. That's a little hard for me to understand.
Front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
And not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
Yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn, to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Should be.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan
Reveal
open
itself.
the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Dang it. I know your heart was in the right place.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
The second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
Evidence.
Any objections to Jessica?
No objection.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at
That's a really big
at the
piece.
property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was to further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
It's plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total of the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieve those items, did you use the same 6 items in that bag? In a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity.
We were mailing it in at this point.
Made the decision not to have.
We're just
crime
bored
scene
by
come
this
out
point.
to photograph,
Oh, stop with the crime
these
scene
six
stuff.
pieces.
Yeah, come on.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Your Honor. Bruce, 7-12, please.
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
We knew we had a lot for show and tell today.
103?
With the court's permission, could Trooper Mechanic open the bag?
Yes.
The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total. and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir.
I do have.
I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
Please.
I had my gardeners come in today to give us some ASMR for the police investigation. Oh, there's another layer here.
Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located.
You just missed these.
As well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You're better. I'm very confused. Are we live? Did I catch up? We are live. Look at that.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. Johm O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was. Yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice
Basically-
communications.
Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I
What is the point to this? You can't tell us
acknowledged the
what it
text.
says there. It's
I did
all
not
hearsay.
respond through with verbiage.
I don't know where he's going with this.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
That's not what.
There was.
That's not how Daubert works.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's
Daubert
supervisor?
works.
I
It's
was.
good science or it's not.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with the thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those two sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the Homicide Division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed
There's some
that
sort of screw up
entire,
here.
chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email
I
chain?
think so too.
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
How is this not hearsay? This had to be just outside. I don't. It's a little strange that this is not a hearsay and that Alan Jackson is not objecting. I'm wondering if there was some sort of discussion prior to this, because that's a little weird to me.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Oh, so this is basically stupid things the police officers were saying that Brennan wants to get in front of before Alan Jackson brings it up. So they know Alan Jackson is going to be bringing up that this is them bashing Karen Reed and showing a distinct bias against her. And this is why he's not objecting, because he's planning on getting all this in, where they're basically making asses of themselves as they're discussing Karen Reed in their private chat. Okay, there we go.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Dan?
Yes.
How did they get this?
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I
Okay.
should have been more.
We
clear
want
in
it
the direction.
again.
Could you
Give
read
it to us again. We want it again.
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
I assume that man is Alan Jackson.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
We say white smoke is up.
Did you get to look at the ring
Zanetti?
video for Johm O'Keefe's home
Thank
at
you.
Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence.
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the
NBC
ring
is reporting new
that Ring
pope, and no one
provided
knows who
for
yet.
Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
If I could have video 119.
That's to show his tail light is intact.
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did
Convenient.
you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. Johm O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Why not? How's that? Why is there no video of them
Was
leaving?
there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
We have video 171.
I don't know what we're supposed to be getting from this.
and 175.
Well, we seem to have tons of video, except when they were examining her tail light. I don't know what was supposed to be. I don't know what the point of these videos is.
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video. No.
Why not? I don't understand the missing videos. This is not inspiring confidence, officer.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an
This part's
opportunity
100%.
to see
First 100%
any
he said all
video
that.
or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
Is this when she hits the car?
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover.
I need to pause this for a second because you didn't see when they showed it backing up. You don't see any white light there. All you see is red. That's all you see. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't see no white light.
Please. Do you notice anything about the
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You
And I
shared
do-
with us that, you can take that down, please.
I
You
do
shared with us
recognize,
that
by the way,
after this time.
I do think that that picture looks like, to me, it looks like that picture. It looks like this taillight missing to me in that picture.
Time somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of
It
every
wasn't
single
when
image
she was
that I
pulling
saw.
out. There was still
You
some.
mentioned that there was
Okay,
a toe.
that's definitely not true because there was some red there, and then there wasn't red later. So that's definitely not true. This guy's full of hot garbage.
of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
No objection.
105.
Yeah, someone sent me a video. It might have been you, Rafe. Sent me a video with that, and I can't find it now. I wanted to share. If someone can
Did
throw
you
it up
view
there
the video
in
that was
my- on
provided
X
to us
me, I
relative
appreciate
to the
it.
right rear tail light?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's a lot of snow straight into it.
Could you play video 2, please?
There's a lot more taillight there. A lot more. There's a tiny little piece missing. There's a lot more taillight there. I don't know how the state thinks this is helping them.
Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please?
This is 12 hours after. This is 4 p.m. He was found. This is 10 hours after he was found.
Put the lights on, please.
It does look like. It does look like there's a piece missing. There's some piece missing there. I don't know why it is that it's much smaller piece that's missing than what's missing later on. Something's not adding up. Everyone keeps telling me it's snow. I see you claiming
So
it's
did you have an
snow. I can tell the difference
opportunity
between
to
snow and a
review
tail light.
Video from C.F. McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022.
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 20th, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking
Can
for?
you send it again?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
Maybe someone sent it to me.
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews.
It was
We were
Mike
looking
Ladd.
for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We're looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of
After 2 days of trial
time frames regarding?
I want to pause in the trial here for a second because this is an important thing that that Mike Ladd shared with me. I see Sandy shared it with me now also. And it's relevant to this issue here. And I know I've been watching this as a juror, but I just on this taillight thing, which is what we were just focusing on, I think it's pivotal to just spend 90 seconds, 2 minutes just analyzing this.
Reed's SUV. None of those defenders is more convinced
Let's go forward.
after the alleged hit and run happened.
I apologize for this, but this
Take a look at this
important.
video from the doorbell cam. It was taken at 5:03 a.m. And 5:03 a.m. is hours after Reed and O'Keefe parted ways. And you can see right there in the circle that Reed's taillight is right where it's supposed to be
There's
on
a
her
wetness
Lexus
here.
SUV.
This
I want to welcome to the program Sean McDonough. Sean, that video.
We're gonna go forward here.
I'm so happy you led with the first picture. The first picture is what the prosecution wants the jurors to believe. Look, that taillight looked like at 12:32 a.m. after John was allegedly hit by Karen Reed. In this video, which is 4.5 hours after Karen allegedly hit John, that light right there has absolutely no wires, no LEDs. all the red is completely gone, which means no red would be reflective, right?
Yeah.
There would be nothing illuminating.
White spot.
At 5:03 to 5:08, you see her back in. She cracks the backup light onto Officer Johm O'Keefe's Traverse, which is behind there. See those tire tracks? She goes in at an angle, which means she definitely made contact with that side light that comes out 5 inches. We documented this. And see right there, that
Watch the wheel move.
Tire on John's car
that
moves forward.
That moves
it didn't
forward
go
there.
backwards. So the angle
right there
directs the motion
That's her hitting the car
of the vehicle when it got struck. So when as that video continues on,
to me is really,
if you keep going with that video a little bit more, it's completely intact. And this is how it all came about. The lead detective, Michael Proctor for the Mass State Police, this is how I found it. In his affidavit, he said the taillight, the right rear taillight, right side, was shattered and a large piece missing. And I said, wait a minute. The 2 witnesses told him that there was a crack. And we analyzed this back and forth, and we let the video play all the way through. I went to Lexus dealerships. They told me not only do they have, it's a polycarbonate plastic, one of the hardest plastics you can have. The law of physics, there you go, right there. See all that red? In the final picture where the prosecution is saying this is how it ends up, it's no way. So polycarbonate plastic, very hard. 6,500 pounds going into a 220-pound male human will topple him over. It will not crack up the taillight in 37 plus pieces. Absolutely impossible. Mistake number 1, they did not know this video existed when they did this crime scene later in the night. This video came about 2 days later. So when they made the
again, just listen, I've got only 30 seconds left, but I've got to ask you, you've been in this business a long time. How are the prosecutors going to explain this away? Because I guarantee you what you have, defense attorneys will use.
Oh, they have it all. They have that and more. I don't know how they intend.
Anyway, so that I wanted to share that with you because I think that's highly significant. And before we move on to like the next part of his testimony, I wanted you all to be aware of that. So thank you, Michael Ladd, for bringing this first to my attention, and Sandy for bringing it as well.
Alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise this one side off for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand.
I think he was asking for lunch. Let's see if we missed anything. Maybe we missed nothing.
CD, do you recognize that? In terms of giving you a CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson, is no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
I do think it's possible that police saw that crack that she had there and said, oh, now we know she's the one who did it. Let's try and help the evidence along. That's a good thing to do. Not that they hate Karen Reed. They think Karen Reed really is the one who did it. And I do think police sometimes will insert themselves and try and add evidence to make sure they get a conviction on what they suspect to be the truth.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
That's
There are
my
still
point.
frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01
Could be.
as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No
Is one
objection,
in-
Your Honor.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
There's still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Oh, I agree with you. I'm not telling you that the police are correct for doing that. I'm telling you what feels like to me happened.
It's 108A through 108.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you at a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So
Yes.
that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please.
There's Karen.
Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. Johm O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay.
No dirt stains on his
Continue,
back.
please.
There's no dirt stains on his back.
We could proceed to 9:10.
It's hard to tell if there's grass stains on his jeans here. Well, it looks like there are some grass
What did
stains on
that
his
show,
jeans.
sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
Maybe not. Maybe the green was just a reflection. Apparently she drinks from a vase. as opposed to civilized people who drink from a vase. Good to see you, Kim Jong-un. It kills me. That's Mike Camerano talking to
And
John.
what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
You kind of should show us her drinking
Right
that
there.
rather than.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
How do you know? How do you know? Maybe the first one was water. She said in the video that they were watering her drinks. That's video they shared with the jury. We're just gonna watch like all 3 hours of conversation. Does look like a very tight bar. I mean, when people are sitting at the bar, you have to walk sideways to get past them. That's a very narrow bar. I thought at first it was the angle, but then I see how people have to like turn sideways to walk past people. Who's showing up there? Who's that? Who's that? Who is that? Tell us. Tell us, Yuri. We don't know who that is. Mike Camerata didn't tell us who that is. Really? I think you should know who that is, Yuri. He didn't even identify Camerano. I only know it's Camerano because I've been watching this trial every day. And he said he met up with Johm O'Keefe at the bar, and then Karen showed up. And it looks kind of like him. By the way, back of his shirt does look dirty in this video, but not now. So that's probably a lighting thing. He probably does not have grass stains on his jeans. Like right now, it looks dirty, but when he moves, it looks clean. So I think that's just the glare.
So right there, we had we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back.
It's a terrible place to keep a phone. Why don't you tell us who's there with them? I don't know what we're getting out of all this. You don't, unless you're going to start doing some lip reading here. I don't know what we're getting out of this.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Drinks from it. She's certainly not finishing the whole thing there.
See the next video, please. This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45.
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here, the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection
strike those.
sustained. I'll strike that.
There's no way he can know that's what she actually was saying.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again.
Yes, he is. And he puts it in his back pocket.
Different back pocket this time. That's strange.
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Yeah, that looks very hostile there. Why is he not identifying who they're talking to? Shouldn't that show us that you did an investigation? You know who these people are. I think it's poor prep that he's not doing that. That's Hank Brennan should have told him. You'll identify everyone when they come in there. This way we can get all the players. That's just how you're sort of helping flesh it out. Right now, unless I guess perhaps he wants to focus on just the drinks and not who they're talking to. Maybe that's the thought process he has. I don't know. I would want him to display his knowledge of the case by saying, and that's Bob Kissimano she's talking to.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Could we have the next?
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages.
In one hand, a couple of beverages.
The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
What time are we at now?
that was 10:34, so we're moving 10:37.
What is the drink on at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
You don't have an objection to last one.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Next video, please.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Next slide. And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see consonants on this.
muted. Yeah, okay. So sorry about that. I was typing up for later, and I know I was muted. Okay, fine. So yeah, the objection is that she keeps saying she's drinking, she's drinking, she's drinking. We don't know that she's drinking. Breaking for lunch.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please.
They keep saying
Those in open, follow me.
they keep saying drinking, drinking, drinking. It's not clear she's drinking. It's not at all clear that she's drinking. So and he's speculating and drawing conclusions which are significant if you can say that her alcoholic state references, some sort of level of culpability here. So we don't know that she's drinking. The other people, first of all, you're jumping around through the night. So other people could have been drinking from it. They could have been refilling her glass some of these times. It's not really that clear. So when he comes to this conclusion that she's had 7 drinks so far, that's highly speculative. Highly speculative. So that's what they're probably going to have all sorts of conversations about as to what can we tell, what can we not tell, if it gets admitted. We don't know that it will. I'm going to be taking a break. I'm going to come back here at 2:15. That's what we're doing. 2:15 is when I'm coming. I'll probably be a couple minutes behind, but probably not too far behind. I don't expect to be too far behind, but I am going to be coming back here at 2:15 because this was a long session here. And we're going to continue the direct testimony. I assume we're going to get to cross at some point here. We'll probably start cross at some point this afternoon. And that should be exciting. If you're wondering, Joe, what's it going to look like when you come back here? That's what it's going to look like. Day 12 afternoon in that shade of green. I try to make each session a different color so it sticks out and you can sort of tell apart which one you're looking at relatively easily. That's a new one. Oh, that's the new one. So now you know what the new one looks like. Day 12 afternoon. It will look like this. I'm going to set it up to be at 2:15. That's when we're going to come in here. But if you're wondering what did we get today, I can share with you just briefly. If you came late and you missed parts of it, I'll share with you. This is Officer Buchanan, who's been on direct testimony all day. He's a superior to Michael Proctor. He's introduced a ton of evidence, or he's been the vehicle to introduce a ton of evidence that purportedly helps the state's case, and some of it certainly seems to. We got 47 pieces of taillight fragment that was recovered at 34 Fairview during the ensuing days after the snow started melting and they started clearing more snow. So when they found several dozen additional pieces, in addition, they found a black straw. He also introduced the shoe that was the shoe that was not located at the scene. There was some confusion about that for a moment, but clarified after a short break that was the shoe not found at the scene, but the shoe that Johm O'Keefe wore in the ambulance and was wearing when he died, or when his death was officially called. He also gave us his pants, which seemed to have grass stains on the back, and his shirt, which looked filthy, as well as a sweatshirt. Now, as far as how dirty they were beforehand, I don't know. I will tell you that the video we just watched before we went to break didn't seem to show the back of his sweatshirt looking quite that dirty. It could be just from laying there that they got that filth. I don't know. That's all very speculative on that. He also spent a lot of time on the taillight, introducing video and still photos, trying to display that the taillight was not broken on January 28th when she's pulling out and leaving and going out, but that it was broken, or at least he's claiming it's broken, although it's unclear how broken it was when she's pulling into Johm O'Keefe's house in front of his Ring camera at 5 o'clock in the morning and also at later times. So that's what we got. And then he closed out by giving us a timeline of Karen's drinking at McCarthy's, where so far he claims he showed us video evidence of Karen and Johm O'Keefe hanging out with one or two friends, depending on the time of the night, and that she was seemingly consuming alcohol, assuming there was alcohol in any of those drinks. I don't know how Officer Buchanan would know that there was a drop of liquor in any of them. It could have been water, as far as we know. I'm not saying it was. I'm not saying I believe it was water. I'm simply saying, as far as what's proven beyond a reasonable doubt from what we can visually see, I don't know that it can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that that's alcoholic, or what level of alcohol it is, but that is certainly what the state is claiming, is that she's had 7 drinks at this point in the evening when they're still at McCarthy's. I anticipate we're going to have considerable more testimony on direct and after the lunch break, which will be, like I said, I'm coming back at 2:15. The trial will probably come back at 2 o'clock, but they may come back at 2:15. I don't expect to be that far behind when I pop in here, and I certainly expect to catch up before the day finishes out. That's what we have so far, and I'll tell you that when we get to cross, it's going to be fiery. I have a feeling that Alan Jackson is going to basically be crossing this guy at least into tomorrow, through tomorrow morning, if not the rest, not all day tomorrow. I think this is going to be a very lengthy cross. He also testified that he was Michael Proctor's supervisor, and the other key thing that I missed that was important was that he had to read out their text conversations between the police officers, wherein they basically are talking in very harsh terms about Karen Reed and how they hate her and her lawyer, and about whether that when they're going through their phones that there were comments that seemingly were made by Michael Proctor. They didn't identify who said it, about potentially finding Karen Reed's nudes on Johm O'Keefe's phone. So just boorish behavior, which is not surprising coming from police officers, but certainly does not look well. As a result of that text chain, Officer Buchanan said he lost 5 vacation days, which sounds like a slap on the wrist. I guess if he had said something worse, it was not a good look. It's impressive work by Alan Jackson that he got his hands on that text chain. Anyway, that's what we got so far. I will see you all at 2:15. Till then, take care of yourselves. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything here before I get out of here. No, I'm not the new pope. No. Should have been let in. Anti-Bub is corrupt as hell. Tyler's talking about yesterday, the Maryland finding that Jessica Hyde doesn't meet Daubert standards. MSP doesn't discipline. 40 Massachusetts State Police walked on overtime fraud. That's pretty sad. Sean posted, Joe, your head is blocking a view of impact. I'm sorry. I think I remedied that later. I apologize. Hey, Joe, prosecutors number 10. White smoke in the Sistine Chapel, new pope about to be announced. Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us, Chris. I was looking to see if we had a name. I kept refreshing that. I'll do a quick search and see if we know who the new pope is. For those of you who don't have internet service, no, we have what they say, holy white smoke, but no one knows who has been. So indicating that a pope has been selected by the Catholic Church, but as of yet, no name seems to have hit the public's attention. We don't know who that. No one seems to know yet who it is. I'll do a quick check over in the ghetto, make sure I didn't miss anything. No, ghetto has been pretty quiet today, which is cool. I just want you here and giving likes and thumbs up. That's what we care about. Like and thumbs up. I look forward to seeing you all at 2:15. Class will be reassembled then. Godspeed.